Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
In the vast twilight of the north, long after the fall of Morgoth and the resounding victories of the Eldar and Edain, the Iron Mountains lay broken and silent. Their peaks, once black with smoke and flame, now stood pale under the cold sun. Cracked ridges of stone and dust that spoke of ancient ruin. Springs trickled through cavernous scars, and winds whispered in hollow halls. But none dared venture far into the heart of that forsaken range. Rumors passed among folk of scattered elves and dwarves. Voices in the gloom, tremors beneath the rock, the sense of unseen watchers. All such tales were dismissed as fancy until Barin, son of Baraz, dwarf prince of the Blue Mountains, took them to heart. Barin, sturdy and resolute, was not given to idle dreams. His beard was streaked with iron gray, his eyes bright with the flame of curiosity and purpose. In the great halls of Thryndall he held counsel with the elders. I have heard of movement beneath the Iron Mountains, of a deep forging of power long after ANGBAND's doom. It may be folly, but I would see. It may be danger, yet I think there is more to face in ignorance than in knowledge. The elders shook their heads, voices low. They spoke of ancient evils, of hearts hardened by war, of shadows that linger still. Yet Barin was unbowed. He believed that if something dark stirred beneath stone, then it ought to be found and either banished or laid bare. He sought allies, not a great army, but a small company, swift, sturdy, and sure. First came Freyren, a warrior of the same clan and Barin's childhood friend. Broad-shouldered, courteous in manner but fierce in fight, he pledged his axe without hesitation. Elendil, an elf lord from the woods of Lindon, answered next. His keen eyes and muted grace were a calm mirror to Barin's steadiness. He sought purpose after the long peace, and this expedition promised a quest indeed. Last came Riff the scout, a solitary ranger more accustomed to tracking beasts across bleak moors, but whose skill in silent movement was unequaled. They gathered by the firelight in Barin's hall. The torches' glow danced against the stone walls, and their breath puffed clouds of vapor in the chill. Barin drew a map, sketches of passes, of old watchtowers half collapsed, of streams flowing down the iron ridges. We travel first to the mouth of Korthgalad. It is where ancient forges lay, and where the land bears the scars of ANGBAND's furnaces. Elendil traced the lines of stone and sky. I have heard of old loads of mithril sought by your people, but no dwarf knew what lies deeper. He paused. There are rumors among the Sindar, an underground hall sealed by the enemy's own hand. If true, we must take care. Rife's eyes gleamed. Hall or no, we'll find a way in. I will follow the land's traces, watch for signs of tremor or breath beneath the rock. The company was set. Dawn's first light would find them on the trail, traveling north by the Blue River, through passes where the air smelt of fire and rust. No word left the halls, no blessing sought from royalty. They wished their journey kept secret, for fear that alarm might follow them and slow their purpose. As the first sun crested the horizon, the four companions set forth. Barin led, bearing a stout axe and a small leather satchel filled with fire steel and provisions. Freyren walked close beside, hammer strapped to belt. Elendil moved with silent grace among the rocks. Riff glided like a shadow at the tail, eyes fixed on the ground. They passed through low woodland, then cutting ridges of shale where broken furnaces and metal slag still lay amid gravel. The air was thick with iron tang, and at times the earth trembled beneath their feet, tiny quakes that whispered of restlessness deep within. That night they made camp at the ruined forge of Corthgalad. The ash-floor hearth still lay cold, overgrown with moss. They kindled a small flame, and Frerin boiled broth while Elendil studied the shapes of ancient runes carved into cracked pillars. "This here was once a hall of greatness," he said, voice low in the murmuring night. "But the runes mark a seal, not to hold open, but to keep shut." Beren bent over the etchings by lantern light, tracing with his finger the lines that spoke in Angerthos. His heart quickened. These speak of vaults below, vaults of iron and flame, of treasures and horrors. Frerin paused. "You hear that, Elendil? Our path leads down, deeper than any dwarf has walked since Nerneath Arnoiadar. And there, by the cold hearth, among echoes of a time when Morgoth's legions thundered above, they resolved to descend. Their journey had only just begun, and what secrets lay beneath the iron mountains they could not yet guess. But dawn would come again, and with it the promise of darkness to be met. Conflict was set, to uncover the stirring threat beneath ANGBAND's ancient ruins, and to walk into depths no living soul had trod since the elder days. Their challenge lay before them like a yawning door, one they would open at risk of all. Morning broke pale and sullen, its light muted by the ever-present haze that clung to the northward sky. The companions stirred beneath their cloaks, rising from their cold sleep on the stone floors of Corthgalad's ruin. Riff had kept the night watch, and he greeted them with a simple nod as they broke their fast. Little was said. The hush of the morning, broken only by the sighing of the wind through shattered pillars, seemed to call for quiet. Their road led them further into the iron mountains, which now loomed like slumbering giants of ash and basalt. As the path narrowed, choked by boulders and the remnants of landslides, Beren called a halt. "We near the cracked ridge. Beyond it lies the chasm of unlight, where the land splits and the bones of the earth are laid bare." He knelt, drawing a line in the dirt with his dagger. "Here, beneath the ridge, the old texts speak of a shaft, the mouth of Gorthul, an opening into the deep workings of Morgoth's dominion." Frerin grunted. "If it's as old as you say, it'll be sealed. We'll be hammering at it till the next age." "Not if the tremors have weakened the stone," Elendil replied, peering up at the jagged heights above. "These mountains were not made in peace. Fire and shadow shaped them, and fire and shadow still dwell below, I think." They pressed onward. The climb grew steep, the wind sharp with grit, and the sun seemed to dim the higher they rose. As the day lengthened, a low howl echoed across the peaks, long and hollow, not the cry of any beast they knew. Rife froze, eyes narrowed. "That was not wind," he said, voice low. "It came from the chasm. Something old, something watching." No one answered. They quickened their pace. By dusk, they stood at the cracked ridge. Before them lay a narrow pass that led to a wide plateau of scorched rock. Black slag and twisted metal poked from the stone like the bones of some ancient beast. And at its center yawned a great wound in the earth, dark, gaping, and silent. It was no natural crevasse. The walls were smooth, worked by craft or by power, and ancient chains dangled down its sides, half rusted, leading into the black below. "The mouth of Gorthul," Beren whispered, awe and dread mingling in his tone. "It still stands." They made camp well back from the edge, lit no fire, and posted watch in pairs. The night was long and uneventful, yet none slept soundly. Dreams came, cold and strange. Frerin muttered in his sleep of hammering on walls that bled ash. Barine saw flickers of blue fire in the depths. Even Elendil, who rarely spoke of visions, woke with a start before dawn, hand on hilt. The next day they prepared their descent. Ropes were fastened, climbing irons checked. Reef went first, nimble and unflinching, slipping into the dark like a shadow. One by one the others followed, and the sunlight above narrowed into a faint ring as they descended into silence. The shaft was deep, the walls were carved with forgotten symbols, writings in the black speech, twisted runes of command and secrecy. Elendil passed his fingers across one such marking. "These are seals," he said, "placed not to guard what is within, but to bind it there." Baron nodded grimly. "Then whatever lies below was never meant to be found." Hours passed before their feet touched stone. The shaft opened into a wide hall, a vault of black marble, veined with red, its ceiling lost in shadow. Great pillars loomed, carved in shapes no dwarf would claim, twisted, towering forms that seemed half organic, as if grown rather than built. The air was still, but warm, as if the earth yet smoldered with ancient fire. The company moved slowly, weapons drawn. Dust thickened underfoot, and strange fungi clung to the walls, glowing faintly blue. They passed broken chains, shattered helms, and bones. Some clearly elven or mannish, others larger, twisted, unnameable. At the far end of the hall they found a door of dark iron, sealed with a great disk of obsidian. Strange glyphs writhed upon its surface, shifting like smoke. Barin approached, but Elendil caught his arm. "Wait, that seal, it breathes." Indeed, the disk pulsed gently, as if drawing breath, alive in some terrible way. Frerin hefted his hammer. "You think it's a living thing?" "No," Barin said quietly, "but it remembers. This place was built to hold something powerful, and it still sleeps behind that door." They camped there, unwilling to pass the threshold without rest or plan. Barin sat long into the night, staring at the seal. His thoughts swirled with questions. What had Morgoth buried here so deep? Could it be a fragment of power, a lost weapon, or worse, a creature born of the Dark Lord's will? But as sleep claimed them one by one, none saw the thin mist that began to rise from the cracks in the floor. None heard the whisper that stirred the air, ancient and low, a language long forgotten, calling. The mist thickened during the dark hours, rising from the cracks in the stone floor like breath from some slumbering beast. It coiled along the walls and around their sleeping forms, silent and cold. Barin, though he slept lightly, stirred not at all, nor did Elendil or Frerin, who muttered wordless things in his sleep. Only Reef awoke, and even he did not at first understand what he was seeing. He sat up slowly, his fingers already on the hilt of his long knife, eyes narrow. The mist was not natural, he could tell that much by how it moved. Too purposeful, too alive. It curled toward the sealed iron door at the far end of the vault, whispering across the flagstones like water seeking a channel. There, it seemed to vanish into the base of the black disk that marked the threshold. Rife rose quietly, careful not to wake the others, and padded closer, crouching near the strange seal. His hand reached out, hovering just above the cold iron, but as his fingertips neared the edge, the mist recoiled sharply, as if in warning. He stepped back at once and did not sleep again. When the others awoke, he told them what he had seen. Beren frowned deeply. Elendil examined the ground, touching the faint residue left by the mist. "It comes from beneath," the elf said. "There are chambers far deeper than this one. That mist is no mere vapor. It's a sign, a ward of sorts. And we may already have trespassed too far." Frerin rolled his shoulders, his face grim. "Then we break the seal before whatever it hides decides to come out on its own." They spent the better part of the morning examining the obsidian disk. It was fixed by ancient enchantment, held not by locks or hinges, but by some binding force that pulsed just beneath the surface. The glyphs that adorned it twisted with a subtle motion, as if reacting to their presence. Elendil offered to try a chant of unraveling, an elvish incantation used once to unbind the doors of old strongholds in Beleriand. Beren agreed, but stood ready with axe in hand. Elendil began the chant softly, his voice echoing strangely off the vaulted ceiling. The ancient tongue wove through the stillness, mingling with the shifting light. As he spoke, the glyphs began to flicker more quickly, and the disk trembled faintly. Then, with a sound like cracking ice, a fracture split the center of the seal, and with a groan of stone on stone, the great door opened inward. What lay beyond was not a hall nor a forge, but a tunnel, sloping downward, smooth-walled and narrow, carved with unnerving precision. The air that flowed from it was warmer than before, and carried a scent both metallic and foul, like burnt copper and mold. Beren stepped through first, holding his lantern high. Its light flickered along the walls, catching faint glints of something embedded in the stone, veins of black crystal that pulsed faintly with a crimson light. "This was not made by dwarves," he muttered, "nor by any hand of men." They moved slowly, keeping tight formation. Rife led now, eyes sharp for traps or signs of danger. The deeper they went, the more unnatural the place became. The stone beneath their feet was too smooth, the air too thick. Once they passed a wall upon which hung a line of scorched helms, as if placed in warning. Some were of dwarvish make, others elven, and one tall, narrow, and spiked, was of a kind none of them could name. After some time they came to a second chamber. It was round and vast, with a domed ceiling set high above. In its center stood a great basin of black stone, empty and dry. Around it, 4 iron pillars rose like silent sentinels, each etched with strange runes. On the far wall was another door, smaller than the last, but likewise sealed with a stone disk. Reef approached the basin, frowning. "It's meant to hold something," he said. "But what?" Elendil joined him, inspecting the rim. "This is a place of summoning," he said at last, "not of worship. A conduit between what lies above and what dwells far beneath. The basin is the anchor." Beren moved to the second door. "And this leads further in. We go." But as he spoke, the air changed. A deep hum filled the room, subtle at first, then louder, like a distant chant rising from the depths. The basin began to glow with a dim red light, and the iron pillars thrummed with power. The companions fell back, weapons drawn, eyes wide. From the center of the basin, a shape began to form. Not solid at first, but a twisting figure of smoke and flame, vaguely humanoid but too tall, too slender. Eyes of fire opened in its shapeless face, and a voice echoed, not aloud, but within each of their minds. "You awaken the buried. You stir what should not rise. Why do you come, children of stone and leaf?" Beren stepped forward, his voice steady. We come to uncover what was hidden, to end the threat before it wakes the world above. The voice replied, colder now. You are late. The waking has begun. You broke the first seal. Others have broken more. The form collapsed, vanishing into ash, and the hum ceased. A silence followed, deeper than before. Elendil turned slowly. We are not alone down here. For a long time no one spoke. The silence that followed the creature's vanishing was not the emptiness of peace, but the weight of a warning, heavy as a buried bell. Each of them stood still, weapons half raised, ears straining for some echo or footfall that might reveal what the apparition's words truly meant. Rife stepped quietly to the edge of the basin and knelt, brushing his fingers over the floor where the figure had stood. The ash had vanished entirely, as if it had never been there at all. Barin, still facing the second sealed door, placed a hand upon the stone disc and found it warm to the touch. We broke one seal, he said at last, his voice measured. But others have already been broken. There are others down here, or something worse. Frerin turned sharply. Then why hasn't it come for us yet? If this place is already stirring, why let us come this far? Elendil's eyes were distant, fixed upon the runes etched into the nearest iron pillar. Because we're not a threat, not yet. Whatever power slumbers beneath the iron mountains is waking, yes, but it watches still. We're being tested, perhaps, measured. Thorin frowned. Then we must act quickly. Without further word, he set to unsealing the second door. Elendil helped him, uttering another elvish incantation that rang high and clear in the oppressive stillness. This time the disc split more easily than before, falling back into the stone with a soft grinding sound. The doorway opened to reveal a narrow stair, spiraling downward into the dark. They descended cautiously, the stone steps worn smooth by time but free of dust. The air grew hotter as they went, heavy with the scent of ancient fires long gone cold. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a long corridor, straight and high-vaulted, its walls black as coal and lined with sconces that had once held torches. The passage was silent, but not dead. There was movement in the air, a faint pulse like the beating of some enormous heart far below. At intervals along the corridor, small alcoves opened to either side, and within each lay relics from ages long past, broken swords, shields emblazoned with forgotten sigils, grim statues carved in twisted form. In one, Baron found a helm bearing the crest of Nogrod, the lost dwarf city destroyed in the elder days. They took our dead, he said quietly. Morgoth's servants gathered them after the battles. This place is not just a vault. It is a tomb, not a tomb, Rife murmured from further down the passage. A horde, a gathering of strength. At the end of the corridor stood a third door, different from the others. It was not sealed with stone, but barred with blackened iron, rusted and pitted, as though burned by acid or flame. Strange markings scarred the surface, as though some great claws had once raked across it. Barin reached out, but before he could touch the bars, Riff pulled him back. There's something beyond, the ranger said, voice tight, breathing, slow, deep. We're close. Barin hesitated, then nodded. He turned to the others. We go in, but weapons ready. We don't know what lies beyond that threshold. Together they pushed the bars aside. The door groaned open into a chamber vast and round, unlike any they had seen before. The walls were layered with black crystal, gleaming faintly in the lantern light. In the center stood a pedestal of stone, upon which rested a single object, a blackened crown, jagged and cruel, set with 3 red stones that glowed faintly from within. None of them moved. The crown pulsed with an inner light, and a cold breath filled the chamber as if some unseen mouth had exhaled. Then came the voice again, louder this time, clearer, though still not spoken aloud. You have come to claim what is not yours. The eye is not blind. The will is not broken. Baron's hand closed tight around the haft of his axe. What is this? He demanded. What is this place? The voice answered with slow certainty. This is the last echo of ANGBAND, the pit where the shadow lingers, the forge of will. The crown you see was wrought by Morgoth himself, not to wear but to bind. It held the spirit of a creature unmade, and now it waits. As you have awakened the gate, so too you awaken what lies beyond it. As the voice faded, a low rumble began to shake the chamber. The crown flared with light, and cracks split the floor around the pedestal. From beneath, a terrible sound rose, half roar, half scream, as if 1,000 voices cried out in pain and rage at once. The companions stumbled back as dust fell from the ceiling, and the crystal walls flared with red light. We need to leave, Elendil said sharply. Now. Berin hesitated, eyes locked on the crown. That thing, it's a prison, a lock. If it breaks, then the creature bound within will walk again, Fremen growled, already turning for the exit, and none shall stop it. They fled the chamber as the tremors worsened, retracing their steps up the stair and through the long corridor. Behind them the door of iron slammed shut with a thunderous clang, and the entire vault shuddered as if struck by a giant's fist. The basin chamber above was darker now, the red glow gone, and the mist had returned, thicker, swirling with purpose. They emerged into the upper hall just as another tremor struck, nearly toppling them to the floor. Barin turned back once, his face pale. We opened something, he said. We didn't just find a threat, we woke it. And far below, in the lightless depths, something began to move. They climbed in silence, each step feeling heavier than the last, as though the very weight of the deep were pressing down upon their backs. The stone beneath their boots no longer felt firm, but brittle and strained, as if the mountain itself had begun to shift. From far below, faint echoes chased them upward, the soft crack of splintering rock, the distant sigh of shifting air, and now and again something else. A sound like wet stone dragging across dry. Whatever had stirred in the chamber of the crown was not content to slumber again. When at last they reached the vault where they had made their first camp, they found it changed. The pillars that once stood tall and silent now bore deep gashes, as if some terrible force had raked across them. The seal they had broken hung ajar, its iron edges warped as though twisted by great heat. Rife crouched and ran his hand over the blackened floor, then looked up at the others, his face grim. Something came through here not long ago, and it didn't hawk. Barin turned quickly, his eyes darting to the shadowed corners of the chamber. We move. We don't rest. Not here. They passed again into the long shaft that led to the surface, their lanterns the only light in the suffocating dark. But they had not gone far when the wind began. At first it was only a faint stirring, a whisper against the back of their necks. Then it grew, swirling upward from the deep like a great exhale. It carried with it a foulness, wet, metallic, tinged with rot. Elendil staggered, coughing, and Frerin swore aloud. Behind them, a glow began to rise, faint and flickering, like embers stirred in a dying fire. Baren turned and raised his lantern high, but the light barely reached the walls. Then, out of the mist, came a shape. It was not wholly seen, not clearly. A mass of shadow and smoke, taller than any man, with limbs that writhed as though struggling to remain whole. It had no face, but two burning points of red light stared from within the swirling darkness, fixed upon them. The voice came again, but now it echoed aloud, deep and mocking. You broke the seal. You woke the blood of ANGBAND. Now you must see what weight. Without a word, Reef hurled a flash stone, one of the fire-powdered charges the dwarves used in tunnel wars. It burst in white flames, searing the dark. The creature reeled back, the shadows parting, and for a moment they glimpsed what lay within. A skeleton of iron and sinew, fused with stone and ash, and a mouth filled not with teeth, but with coals. Then it shrieked, a sound like metal tearing, and lunged forward. "Run!" Baren roared, and they did. The ascent turned into a flight. They scrambled up the shaft, half running, half climbing, the light of the lanterns dancing wildly on the walls. Behind them, the thing pursued, its movements more like flowing lava than limbs. Wherever it touched, the stone cracked and blackened, and the air filled with the stench of burning. Whiff was the first to reach the top, pulling himself out with a cry of relief. He turned and offered his hand to Freyren, then to Elendil. Baren was last, and as he climbed, a jet of fire streaked up from below, singing the hem of his cloak and striking the wall with a roar. They pulled him free just as the shaft cracked beneath, and a portion of the tunnel collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. They stumbled into the ruins of Korthgalad, blinking in the pale daylight. The sun had risen, but it offered little warmth. The sky above the iron mountains was dark with clouds, and the wind blew cold. The companions did not stop. They ran across the ash-strewn plateau, away from the crevasse. "What in the name of the Valar was that?" Freelan asked, his voice hoarse. "That was no beast of Morgoth. That thing was... it was made." Elendil sat with his back to the stone, his eyes shadowed. "It was forged in torment. I felt it. That creature was not born, it was bound, constructed, shaped by will and malice. And the crown we saw, that was its tether." Baren nodded slowly, rubbing the soot from his brow. "Then the seal held it for all these years, and we, fools that we are, broke it." Riff, who had been silent, now stood and looked to the north. "We must go. We must warn the Blue Mountains, and Lindon, and any who will listen. If that creature escapes the ruins, it won't stop. It was made to destroy, and it remembers its purpose." They did not argue. Already, the earth beneath their feet felt less steady, and the air was laced with tremors. Something had changed in the bones of the Iron Mountains. They packed their gear quickly and set off, moving fast through the narrow passes, retracing the path they had taken days before. But the land no longer seemed the same. The wind had a new voice in it, whispering words none of them could understand, and now and then they saw signs. Trees stripped bare, stones cracked from within, the remains of small beasts burned where they stood. By the second day, they reached the edge of the northern foothills, where the mountains met the wild plains of Forodwaith. They camped in a sheltered hollow, and there Baren gathered the others. "We made a mistake," he said. "We thought we were seeking treasure or knowledge, but we uncovered something far worse. A remnant of ANGBAND, yes, but not a memory, a seed, and it has begun to grow." Elendil's face was pale in the firelight. Then we must find the lore masters. Círdan, perhaps. Galadriel. Any who still remember the dark of old. If there is a way to stop what has been set loose, it lies not in strength of arms alone, but in wisdom older than our own. Bren's voice was quiet. Do you think it will follow us? Beren did not answer at once. The wind howled faintly in the distance, and for a moment it seemed to carry with it a low, rumbling laugh. The journey south was a grim one. The Iron Mountains loomed ever behind them, stark and black against the northern sky. Their jagged peaks now bore the weight of fear rather than snow, for though none dared look back too long, each of the four companions felt the invisible thread that stretched from the dark mouth of Gorthul to their very heels. They knew without words that what had stirred beneath the mountains was no longer still, and perhaps no longer bound. Beren led the way with unspoken determination, his axe strapped across his back, his face set like stone. Freyren followed close, shoulders squared and ever glancing at the ridges above, as if expecting the shadows themselves to leap down and take shape. Elendil walked lightest of all, yet the grim line of his mouth and the tension in his stride betrayed his unease. Rif brought up the rear, silent and ever watchful, the bow across his shoulders strung and ready, though no quarry worthy of an arrow had yet revealed itself. They made for the edge of Lindon, hoping to find word of the high elves who still dwelt there, especially those who remembered the First Age and the wars of Beleriand. The map Beren carried marked an outpost near the borderlands, an ancient watchtower used by elves in the days following Morgoth's fall. If it still stood, it would serve as a haven, and perhaps a place to send word swiftly west to Círdan, the shipwright of Mithlond, whose wisdom was deeper than the sea. The days grew darker as they traveled. The sky, though untouched by clouds, seemed stained with a gray pall that dulled the sun and cast long, uneasy shadows across the land. Once they passed a glade where the grass had withered in spiraling patterns, as if some great heat had drawn life from the very soil. In another place, a brook had turned to brackish sludge, and pale fish floated dead beneath its surface. Elendil knelt there, pressing his fingers into the water, and when he rose, he shook his head. The corruption spreads, he said softly, like roots from a poisoned tree. The thing we saw in the deep, it was not merely caged, it was contained, its power held within the stone and seals. Now that the seal is broken, it leaks into the world. Beren clenched his fists. Then we must reach the outpost before it travels farther. If it reaches inhabited lands before us, he did not finish the thought. On the fourth night they made camp beneath a cluster of ancient pines. The wind here was calmer, but the woods were strangely silent. No owls called from the branches, and no insects stirred the underbrush. The companions sat close to the fire, wrapped in their cloaks, and spoke little. Elendil alone kept his eyes upon the stars, muttering quietly to himself in Quenya. Then, just past midnight, a sound came from the east, a soft, scraping noise like stone against bark. Ryfe stood at once, his blade drawn, and motioned for silence. The others followed, rising quickly. From the darkness beyond the firelight came the faintest glow, a pale shimmer like starlight caught in mist, weaving through the trees. A moment later, a figure stepped into view. It was tall and hooded, robed in gray, and though no weapon could be seen upon its person, none doubted it could strike like lightning if roused. The figure paused at the edge of the camp and slowly pulled back its hood. The face revealed was neither young nor old, and it bore the ageless quality of the elves, though its eyes were deeper, more distant. Silver hair framed sharp features, and the voice that followed was low and musical. You walk in lands no longer safe, sons of Durin and children of twilight. I am Kalanion of the house of Finarfin, guardian of the northern paths. Your trail stinks of ANGBAND. Speak, and speak plainly. What has been loosed? Baron stepped forward and bowed his head, speaking with the respect due to an elder of the High Elves. We came seeking knowledge in the ruins beneath the Iron Mountains. We've found something buried deep, sealed behind iron and runes of fire. It was not treasure, but a weapon, or perhaps a creature of shadow, forged by Morgoth himself. We broke one of the seals, and it woke. Kalani's gaze did not falter. Fools, he said, though not with anger. You have cracked open a chamber meant to be lost to time. There were things even the Valar did not destroy, things they buried and left to slumber, believing they could never again threaten the world. Tell me everything. And so, as the fire burned low and the wind shifted through the trees, the companions told their tale, from the first whispers of movement in the north to the cursed crown and the shapeless horror beneath. Kalanion listened in silence, his face unreadable, and when they had finished, he was still for a long while. The creature you describe, he said at last, was known only in whispers. In the days before the War of Wrath, it was called Thangrul, the Binding Flame. It was a servant not of command but of destruction, a thing crafted from fire and hate, meant to devour strongholds and lay waste to entire armies. It was never unleashed. It disobeyed even Morgoth's will, and he bound it with his own crown and sealed it in the deepest pit he could find. That you survived its awakening is a marvel. Frerin looked troubled. If it broke Morgoth's commands, can it be controlled now? No, Kalaniel said simply. It was made for one purpose, and it will not rest until that purpose is fulfilled. It will travel the world like a firestorm, seeking ruin. But if it is truly awake, there is hope yet, faint though it be. Barin stepped forward. Tell us what to do. Tell us how to stop it. There is one thing, Kalanion said, lifting his gaze to the sky. The crown that bound it was forged by Morgoth, but a counterseal exists. One of the wise crafted it, an elf lord named Egnor, brother to Galadriel. He forged a relic known as Silmarillion, the Star of Containment. If it still survives, it would be held in the vaults of Mithlond, under Círdan's care. With it, the crown could be resealed and the creature banished once more. Elendil's eyes narrowed. Then we go west. Yes, Kalaniel replied, but quickly, for Thangrul does not walk as mortals do. It burns through the roots of the world, and if it reaches the old cities before you, there will be no vault, no crown, and no hope. The next morning, the companions broke camp before the sun had crested the eastern hills, the fire still smoldering in the ash pit as they shouldered their packs and turned westward. Kalanion led the way now, striding silently beneath the eaves of the forest as though the trees themselves parted for him. His presence brought with it a stillness, a sense of long memory and quiet strength, and though he carried no visible weapon, none questioned his power. Even the birds that had fled the woods in days past now returned, fluttering overhead as if reassured by the elf lord's passage. They traveled swiftly, skirting the edge of the highlands and keeping clear of the mountain roots where tremors still echoed faintly beneath the stone. Rife moved like a shadow along their flanks, ever watchful, and more than once he signaled them to halt when the wind shifted or the scent of ash returned. Once, as they crossed a narrow ravine, they found the remains of a herd of deer, burned to bone and scattered, their blackened antlers still smoking. No tracks marked the stone, no claw or hoof or trail. It had passed like fire and left only ruin. They did not speak of it, but the dread returned. Calanion urged them onward, saying little save what was needed, though Elendil walked beside him when he could, speaking in hushed tones of names and histories long buried. They shared a kinship in silence, the elf of ancient blood and the elf lord of Linden, both touched by the twilight of older ages. Baron and Frerin kept close, dwarf to dwarf, while Reef remained ever on the move, eyes sharp and hands never far from his blade. On the third day, they came upon the ruins of a village. It lay in a wide hollow at the foot of a wooded hill, where once men had lived and tilled the land. Now the fields were bare, the cottages collapsed into ash and stone, and the well stood dry, its stones blackened and cracked. The group stood at the edge of the scorched earth, the silence pressing in like a cloak. "No bodies," Frerin murmured, looking around. "Not even bones." "Vaporized," Calanium said grimly. "It passed through here swiftly. The fire was not of this world." Baron clenched his fists. "It moves faster than we do." "Yes," Elendil agreed, scanning the horizon. "But not always directly. It seeks something, either the crown it once wore or the echo of its purpose. If we reach Mithlond before it diverts westward, we may still have time." They left the ruin without entering, unwilling to tarry among the remnants of lives so thoroughly erased. The road beyond curved through low hills and into open moorland, and for the first time in many days they could see far ahead. The towers of Mithlond were not yet visible, but the land began to slope gently toward the sea, and the air grew clearer with every league. Birds wheeled high overhead, and the scent of salt came faintly on the breeze, yet even here signs of unease crept in. Trees with bark scorched to the root, stones that cracked underfoot with no cause, and once a shimmer on the horizon like heat rising from bare sand, though no sun shone strong enough to cause it. That night they made camp on a rise overlooking a long valley. In the distance, faint lights twinkled where a way station of the elves still stood. Calamion left them there and went ahead alone, returning an hour later with word that the sentries had seen no sign of the shadow, but that Círdan had already heard whispers of what was coming. "Waits for us," Calanion said, "but there is urgency in his words. We must make the final journey without rest." They rose before the stars had faded and walked until the sky turned gold. By midday the white towers of Mithlond came into view, rising above the cliffs like pale spires of moonlight, crowned with banners that caught the sea wind. The city stood unmarred by time, its walls gleaming and its harbor calm. Though the harbor's usual traffic was quiet, the sails at anchor and the docks near empty. Even the sea seemed to sense the change. They were greeted at the gate by elven guards in silver mail who bowed low to Calanion and led them without question to the inner court. There, beneath a high dome of crystal and stone, stood Círdan the shipwright, his hair like fine silver threads and his eyes deep with the wisdom of millennia. He stood as they approached and offered Baron a nod of solemn greeting. "You come bearing dark tidings," he said, his voice low and kind. "But I have seen the signs. The wind has shifted, and the stars tremble." Baron recounted the tale, sparing no detail. Círdan listened in silence, his expression unreadable, until Baron spoke of the crown, the bindings, and the name of the creature, Thangrul. At that, a faint shiver passed through the ancient elf's frame. "That name was never meant to be spoken again," Círdan murmured. "It was buried along with the wreckage of war. There were few who even knew it existed." "We seek Silmathil," Elendil said, "the star of containment. If it is still here, Círdan turned slowly and gestured to a tall, narrow archway that led to a chamber lit with pale fire. It is kept deep beneath sea stone, guarded by spell and silence. It has not been touched in an age. Come. He led them through winding halls to a chamber lined with runes that shimmered like water. At its center stood a pedestal of white stone, and upon it lay a crystal star no larger than a man's hand, glowing with a gentle silver-blue light. The air around it thrummed faintly, like a harp strum straining to hold a single note. "This is Silmarillion," Círdan said, "crafted by Egnor at the height of his power, in memory of the fallen and as a bulwark against what should not be. It was never meant to be used, only to exist as a final hope." Beren stepped forward. "Can it bind the crown, seal the creature again?" "Yes," Círdan answered, "but only at the site of its awakening. The seal must be completed where the bindings were first broken. You must return to ANGBAND." Silence followed. Frerin was the first to speak. "Back into the pit? Only there can the fire be smothered." Kalanian said quietly, "Only there can it be ended." Beren looked at the star, then at his companions. "Then we go. We made the wound. We'll see it closed." And far away, across hill and forest, mountain and plain, a shadow stirred beneath the stone and turned its gaze once more toward the north. They departed Mithlond under veiled sky, the clouds rolling in thick from the west, trailing streamers of mist down over the sea cliffs and spilling across the land like low fog. The Star of Containment was kept within a sealed case of moon steel, etched with runes in both Quenya and Kuzul, a sign of the alliance now forged between elf and dwarf. Beren bore the relic, strapped tight within a velvet-lined satchel beneath his cloak, his expression grave. He had spoken little since they left the harbor, though all could see the resolve that burned behind his eyes. Galanin rode at the front, a tall gray steed beneath him, his cloak streaming behind like a banner of dusk. Elendil rode beside him, whispering with him in the ancient tongue, while Beren and Frerin followed on sturdy mountain ponies bred in the Blue Mountains. Rief remained on foot, preferring the ground beneath his boots and the silence of the trail to the rhythm of hoofbeats. They moved quickly, taking the southern road first before curving north again, tracing the wild paths that skirted the foothills of Ured Luin. Though the land here had not yet been touched by Thangrul's passing, the signs of change were plain. The air was colder, unnaturally so for midsummer, and the grasses along the roadside had begun to yellow, as if autumn had crept in unbidden. Trees stood bare of leaves in places, despite no wind to strip them, and once they passed a stream that ran silver in the moonlight, but turned to ash and smoke when touched by their hands. Galamian watched such signs with growing concern, but spoke no word of doom. By the fourth day, they reached the edges of the wildland, a vast, rough country where the old road turned eastward and split into seldom trodden tracks. Here the wind picked up with strange voices in it, and the night grew restless. Rife often halted to inspect the trail, and his findings grew grimmer by the hour. "There are footprints here," he murmured one morning, crouching low beside a boulder. "Not men, not orcs, too deep, and burned into the earth." "Servants?" Beren asked. "Has the creature drawn followers already?" "Not followers," Elendil replied, "but fragments. Thangrul was not of flesh. Its power seeps like oil. Those who pass too near may be changed, warped. What you see are not companions. They are echoes. That night, they set camp within a stone ring once used by rangers as shelter, It offered some defense, though little warmth, for no fire they lit could banish the chill. Baren sat alone for some time, the moonsteel case before him, the relic within pulsing gently with pale light. He turned it slowly in his hands, his thoughts unreadable. "You doubt?" Kalaniev's voice came softly from the shadows, his figure half gimme beneath a tree. Baren looked up. "Not the relic, nor the task, but I wonder if we come in time. What if the seal fails? What if the thing has grown beyond what even this can contain?" "You may have," the elf said, his tone neither hopeful nor despairing. "But we go still. Hope is not found in certainty, Barin, son of Baraz. It is forged in action." Baren gave a short nod. "Then we forge it hard." Following days they moved faster, taking the hidden paths that led toward the Iron Mountains. Though the road narrowed and the landscape grew wild, the trail itself seemed to draw them, as if fate or some darker will guided their steps. By the 7th day they stood once more upon the scorched plains that stretched before the broken spine of the north. The peaks loomed in the distance, black and jagged, their roots wreathed in haze. Lightning flickered above them, though no storm followed. The ruins of Korthgalad lay just as they had left them, though now the ground was cracked and blackened. No beast moved in the underbrush, and even the crows that had once haunted the cliffs were gone. They made no fire that night. None of them slept. At dawn, they began the final ascent. The crevasse that had once been the mouth of Gorthul yawned wider now, and the stone around it had blistered and cracked as if under great heat. A foul wind rose from its depths, thick with sulfur and smoke. Baren unfastened the case and lifted the star of containment for the first time since Mithlond. The crystal glowed with renewed intensity, and as he held it aloft, the very air around them seemed to clear, as if drawing breath after drowning. Together, they descended into the deep. The tunnels had changed. Where once the walls had been solid stone, now they pulsed with veins of molten iron, and the air shimmered with heat. The path was no longer as they remembered it. New passages had opened, others collapsed, and the very shape of the deep had shifted. Frerin led them now, his instincts for stone guiding their feet where memory failed. At last, they reached the great vault where the crown had once rested. The pedestal stood empty. The chamber was darker than before, the air thicker. And in the silence, they heard it. A breathing, slow, massive, rhythmic. From the far end of the chamber, a shape began to emerge. A figure born not of flesh, but of smoke and embers, its body shifting like coals stirred by unseen bellows. It had grown since they last saw it. Now it stood near the ceiling, its burning gaze sweeping over them. From within its chest, the crown pulsed like a heart, 3 red stones aflame with terrible light. "You return," it said, the voice like the grinding of mountains, "bearing the light of the star. Do you seek to bind me again?" Baren stepped forward, holding the relic high. "We do." The creature laughed, a sound that made the walls tremble. "Then come, let us see if hope can bind fire." And the chamber erupted in flame. The flames that erupted in the vaulted chamber roared to life with a furious hunger, swirling around the companions like a living storm. The heat was oppressive, turning the very air into molten fire that scorched their skin and singed their breath. Baren tightened his grip on the star of containment, the cool crystal an anchor in the infernal's wrath. Its pale light pulsed steadily, a beacon against the darkness. Around them, the walls groaned and cracked, fragments of blackened stone raining down like deadly hail. Yet the creature, this terrible thing, born of shadow and flame, moved with a terrible grace, its fiery form flowing and shifting as if it were made of living magma. "You think a shard of crystal can hold me, dwarf?" The voice boomed, thick as thunder, echoing in the chamber's vastness. "I am the ruin of mountains, the fire that devours worlds, the will unbroken. I am Thangrul, the binding flame, and you are but ash before me." Frerin raised his axe, voice steady even beneath the heat. "Then we will burn with you." He charged forward, striking at the shifting form, but the creature's shape flowed around the blow, melting like liquid iron, leaving only a sizzle of steam and smoke. Elendil's voice rose in a chant, words of power sung in the high tongue of the Eldar. The light of the star brightened, sending out beams that cut through the smoke like swords of silver. The creature recoiled, its fiery eyes narrowing, and for a moment the flames flickered uncertainly. But then, with a roar that shook the very mountain, it surged forward, a wave of molten darkness that threatened to engulf them. Beren stepped forward, chanting the words of binding taught by Kalanian and Círdan. His voice was firm, echoing in the chamber as he raised the star higher, the crystal shining with a brilliance that seemed to pierce the very heart of the firestorm. Around him the others joined in the song, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of light and strength. The creature writhed and shrieked, the flames that composed it twisting and distorting under the power of the chant. Suddenly the crown upon its chest began to glow with blinding red light, sending tendrils of fire snaking through the chamber. The runes etched into the walls flared, and a deep rumble filled the air as the mountain itself seemed to awaken in protest. The star's light clashed with the crown's fire, and the two powers locked in a deadly struggle. A battle of wills written in flame and crystal. Baren's arms ached from holding the star aloft, sweat pouring down his face, but he did not falter. His companions' voices rose around him, steady and sure, as if the very earth bore witness to their resolve. The creature's shrieks turned to howls, and its form began to collapse, the flames retreating into the crown like a storm sucked back into a blackened heart. With a final burst of light, the chamber was plunged into silence. The crown shattered, fragments of obsidian and red stone falling to the floor with a clatter that echoed like thunder. The creature was no more. The star of containment pulsed gently before dimming to a soft glow. Its task complete, Beren lowered the relic slowly, his breath ragged but triumphant. Frerin clapped him on the shoulder, and Elendil smiled, eyes shining with relief and pride. Reef, ever watchful, nodded silently, his gaze already on the path home. Yet even in their victory, a shadow lingered in the air, the knowledge that the mountain had not given up its secrets entirely. As they turned to leave the chamber, a faint whisper rode the cool air, a voice not of flame but of stone, promising that Angband's heart still beat beneath the Iron Mountains, waiting. The journey back through the winding tunnels of the Iron Mountains was a slow and cautious one. The heat that had once filled the deep chambers had fled like a storm spent, replaced by a chilling stillness that seemed almost unnatural. The walls, once glowing with molten veins and flickering shadows, now lay cold and silent, as if the mountain itself was sighing in relief. Beren led the way, the star of containment safely ensconced in its case once more, its soft glow a quiet comfort in the oppressive darkness. The companions moved with careful steps, aware that the mountain might yet harbor hidden dangers in its shattered bones. Riff scouted ahead, his keen eyes catching every detail. The faintest scratch on the stone, the whisper of a shifting stone slab, the echo of distant dripping water. No creature stirred, but the silence was not the peace of safety. It was the watchfulness of a realm waiting to see if the threat was truly ended. As they ascended the great shaft that led to the surface, Báran paused, looking back down the spiraling stair. The shadows seemed to cling to the edges of the light, flickering like old memories refusing to fade. "We have done what we came to do," he said quietly. "But I fear this is not the last of what lies beneath the Iron Mountains." Elendil nodded solemnly. "The shadow of ANGBAND is long, and its roots run deep. Even the might of the Valar did not wholly erase it. We have sealed one wound, but the scars remain." Báran, usually so bold, looked to the mountains with a new respect. "Let us hope the world is strong enough to bear the weight of what we have awakened and then laid to rest." The climb was arduous, but the promise of fresh air and open sky spurred them onward. When at last they emerged from the depths, the dawn was breaking, casting pale gold across the rugged peaks. The air was cool and clean, the scent of pine and earth filling their lungs like a blessing. They paused, standing on the edge of the crag where the world stretched wide beneath them, the shadow of the mountain still dark but no longer menacing. Their path home lay before them, through valleys and forests that had not yet felt the touch of darkness. The land seemed to breathe again, and the wind carried the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. Even Reef, who had always been wary, allowed a rare smile as he adjusted the bow across his back. As they traveled, word of their deeds began to spread among the folk of the Blue Mountains and Lindon. Messengers carried tales of the courage of Báran and his companions, and the wisdom of the elven lord Calannion. In the great halls and quiet glades, hope was kindled anew, for though the darkness had risen once more, it had been met with light and strength. Báran returned to Thrindahl as a changed man. The weight of responsibility had not lifted from his shoulders, but he bore it with the steady heart of his ancestors. He spoke often with the elders, sharing knowledge and counsel, preparing for the days ahead. For though Thangbrul was bound again, the Iron Mountains held many secrets, and vigilance was the price of peace. In the quiet moments beneath the stone arches of his home, Báran would sometimes take the star of containment from its resting place and hold it to the light. Its gentle glow reminded him of the fire they had faced and the strength they had found together. The story of their journey of shadow and flame would be told for generations, a tale of courage in the face of ancient darkness. And far beneath the mountains, in the deepest pits where light had never reached, the heart of ANGBAND beat on. Silent now, but eternal, a secret waiting patiently for the world to forget. The days that followed their return were filled with quiet labor and preparation. For Báran knew well that the sealing of Thangbrul's prison was but a single battle in a war long waged beneath the bones of Middle-earth. The halls of Thrindahl echoed with the forging of new weapons, the sharpening of blades, and the steady murmur of strategy. The elders convened, poring over ancient scrolls and maps, seeking knowledge lost to time that might help guard against what darkness yet lingered in the Iron Mountains. Elendil remained a steadfast presence in the great hall, his gaze often distant, as if he were still listening to the whispers of the deep places. His knowledge of the elder days and the lore of the Eldar proved invaluable, as he recalled songs and tales that told of the old fortresses and hidden passages still untouched by mortal hands. He spoke often of vigilance, and of the alliances needed to withstand the shadow that might one day rise again. Rife took to patrolling the mountain passes, his keen eyes watching for any sign of change. The lands seemed calmer for a time, but he knew too well that nature was patient, and that the earth kept its secrets well. The forests whispered of forgotten dangers, and the wild beasts grew restless, sensing the shifts in the world's balance. Rarin, ever the warrior, trained the young dwarves in the arts of combat, hammer and axe singing through the halls with renewed purpose. His voice was steady and sure as he reminded them of their heritage, the strength of stone and steel, the endurance of their kin through ages of hardship. The memory of their perilous journey beneath ANGBAND became a fire in their hearts, a call to stand firm against the encroaching darkness. Yet even amid this bustle, moments of quiet reflection found Baren alone beneath the towering pillars of his home. The star of containment rested upon a carved stone pedestal, its glow a soft pulse in the dim light. He often thought of the crown, now shattered, its fragments lost forever beneath the mountain, and of the terrible creature it had bound. He pondered the words of Kalanyan and Curdin, the warnings spoken in hushed tones, and the knowledge that some shadows are never fully banished. Let the birds sing their song. Let the shadows stumble down the glen. Let the shadows circle the once that had bound. Yet even amid this bustle, not one of the shadows or metal fell from the known to the not loving. One evening, as the sun dipped below the western hills, Baren walked alone to the cliffs overlooking the sea. The sky blazed with color, golden hues melting into deep violet, and the waves below crashed with steady rhythm. The wind carried the salty scent of the ocean and the distant calls of gulls. Here, beneath the open sky, he found a measure of peace. Elendil joined him silently, his presence a calm in the fading light. "You carry a heavy burden," he said softly, "but you do not carry it alone." Baren nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon. "I have seen what lies beneath the mountains, and I know the price of forgetting. The world is vast, and the darkness is patient. We must be ready." Elendil smiled faintly, eyes reflecting the last gleams of daylight. "Then we will watch and wait and stand. For as long as the stars endure, the night settled gently over the land, a blanket woven from shadow and light. The tales of the past and the hopes for the future intertwine beneath the stars, carrying the promise that even in the deepest darkness, a spark of courage and friendship can kindle a lasting flame." And so, the story of Baren and his companions became part of the great song of Middle-earth, whispered in the halls of dwarves and sung in the woods of elves, a reminder that even beneath the iron mountains, where ancient evils sleep, there are those who dare to stand against the night seasons turned, and passed over the blue mountains, their snows melting and returning like the ceaseless tides of the sea. Life returned to its rhythm, slow and steady, beneath the shadow of peaks that no longer breathed fire. Baren, son of Baraz, now tempered by trials beneath the iron mountains, took up the mantle of leadership with a steady heart. The fires that had once burned in ANGBAND's forges were cold, but their echo shaped the resolve of a new generation. The tales of the binding flame, of the crown shattered and the star of containment's light, were told not as mere legend, but as a warning and a beacon. In the halls of Thryndall, great feasts were held and songs raised to celebrate the courage of the company that dared descend into shadow and returned. Freren's voice rang clear over the singing, and Rith's tales of silent watchfulness stirred the younger kin to sharpen their skills. Elendil, ever graceful and wise, shared the songs of the Eldar, weaving old wisdom with new hope. Yet beneath these celebrations lay a quiet vigilance, for the mountain's heart still pulsed with hidden memory. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and soft golds, Baren stood upon a high balcony gazing northward where the iron mountains clawed the horizon. The wind tugged at his cloak, carrying scents of pine and distant sea. He thought of the depths they had traversed, the glowing crown that held a darkness bound, and the strength it had taken to reseal that ancient prison. There was peace now, but it was the peace of a moment held between storms. Kalanian had returned to his northern woods, but the bond forged between elf and dwarf remained unbroken, a quiet alliance against the shadows that slumbered beneath stone. Messages passed between the halls of Linden and the Blue Mountains, and watchful eyes guarded the mountain passes. Though Morgoth was no more, and Thangral was bound, the old evils had not vanished. They lingered like smoke on the wind, waiting for a chance to rise. Baron's thoughts turned to the future. His people would remember the sacrifice and the courage that had kept the darkness at bay, but he knew that vigilance was their true legacy. The Iron Mountains were no mere barrier of stone. They were a tomb of ancient evils, a fortress of secrets, and a place where the fate of Middle-earth had been shaped. The past lived there still, and so too did the shadow of what might come. As the stars blinked awake overhead, Baron felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he found Elendil beside him, his eyes reflecting the silver light of the night. "The night is long," the elf said softly, "and many are the tales yet to be told. But for now, we have done well." Baron nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "And so we wait and watch and hold the light." Together they stood beneath the vast sky, guardians of a fragile peace. The story of their journey, the secrets of ANGBAND, the awakening and binding of the binding flame, would be whispered for ages to come. A tale of courage, friendship, and the enduring fight against shadow. For in the world of Middle-earth, even the deepest darkness can be held at bay by the steady flame of hope. And so ends the tale of Barin, son of Baraz, and the secrets of ANGBAND. What lies beneath the Iron Mountains remains a guarded mystery, but the bravery of those who faced it stands as a beacon for all who dare to seek the light.